Stupid. Okay, that's starting to drop again. Is that a rejection? Good question. No. Maybe it is. How's everyone doing? Konnichiwa. I wish I had more Yuda stream cards. I was caught up in the part of the Sunday stream where the group was discussing who was going to eat the shit sandwich and was dying laughing the whole time. Awesome. I'm glad you find it entertaining. Siri looks at this. Interesting, this AM. Earnings and dive coming up. Yeah. It's kind of doing something similar to what it did yesterday morning, which is neat. Good morning, Dork. Those, Had a chance to glance at Cat. It broke through its long-term support, right? Yesterday? Or today? Ooh, today. The pre-market. Rough. Ah, I guess the reported $5.52 per share of earnings wasn't good enough. Nor was the $236 million increase in revenue. Oh well. They're like one of the only companies that just really just cranks out profits, and their investors are sad because they're going to be renting like a few less vehicles to China. They're still like the primary beneficiary of the entirety of the infrastructure bill that they lobbied to get passed. Cat is fucking defensive. Oh, you're being sarcastic. Morning, dude. I know you've probably been over this loads, but in simple, whatever. I'll fucking just buy it when it goes down to 160 again. Stupid. Siri beat EPS, missed revenues by less than 1%, and it's up 6.7%. It's got a lot of shorts on it. What are your thoughts on Maersk and their 27% dividend? I mean, I own like almost 50,000 shares of it. I do have 50,000 shares of it. Does the KVU lockout period ending today bring any good news for ups? Uh, Probably not. But I did get my first payment for share lending from my KVU shares. Not bad. Are we gonna limit buys on crowd before work and didn't adjust them? I'm now the proud owner of overpriced options. Well done. Well done. Yeah, obviously if it opens red here, you're gonna want to wait and see if there's a test of that risk level before entering. Greek's lending out his shares on KVU. I've got a DRS mine now. That's fine. Drive up that borrow rate. I woke up at midnight with a migraine. That sucks. I'm still feeling ropey. Can you ask your BlackRock buddies to get all the exciting price action done in the next hour so I can bed? Um, that's not how that works. What happened to BTU? I didn't see any news. It could be spot coal. Was it down? It's down a little. Probably coal prices or China's manufacturing PMIs coming in like absolute dog shit last night. Nvidia and Tesla are going to tank the market. The market seems to be doing a good job of tanking itself. That's not bullish, Dork. What's happening? Ooh. SPX back to 4100 today. We'll see. They kind of rescued that call wall with the morning pump. We have Chicago PMI coming out soon. I, I don't imagine it's going to be great. I think analyst estimates are still like under 50. Home prices are up month over month and year over year. Both the US report and the Case Shiller home price report are up. Consumer spending is up. So Redbook rose. Employment cost wages. Why isn't that loading? Oh, okay, there we go. Employment costs are up. So wages are up. Cost index is up. It was expected to drop. So miss there. Europe's CPI still climbing a little bit, but not as much as expected. Europe's growth rate is now negative. So Eurozone in a recession, well, not officially, but starting to go into one. We got Chicago PMI in the next 4 minutes. And yep, that's about it so far. Got consumer confidence report at 10 a.m. And then Dallas services at 10:30 and a 1-year auction at 11:30. So a little more room for bad data. Can we get VIX over 20? We may. Yeah. If we lose 41.50, I would imagine we would see that. This morning at open, Fubo CSP were quoted at 74 cents for 250p. Is it possible to get a fill on this or just noise? You probably won't, but you can always try. Good morning, order to stand. Is this the young bull market we've been looking for? No, I don't think so. Despite yields 100, 200 basis point plummet in the early hours of trading, they've mostly recovered, with the 20 and 30 year now only down 69 and 67 basis points respectively. The 10-year only down 55 now. Dollar still looks pretty strong. Yen is brushing up. Well, USD JPY is brushing up against 151. And finally, the euro is under the dollar. That was weird. Yeah, I don't know why there was so much euro interest in the early part of the day. Doing all right, bought Wookie Cream. I'm no longer feeling despondent about having 10 Netflix leap puts, but stay tuned. That could change. I'm sure it will. NVIDIA doing a thing, and it's fun. Ooh, fuck. NVIDIA got slaughtered. That's not good. Ooh. And NVIDIA's options chain was getting, like, more bullish last night, too. Hold on. So if the calls got blown up, delta neutrals at 384. NVIDIA hasn't fallen below delta neutral since December of last year. But that's quite exciting. I'll see how that goes. Next test to the downside for ES is at 170, 375. So we'll see if we get a continuation there. Yeah, I see that. And NVIDIA broke through all the short puts. NVIDIA is going to have earnings, and it's going to go back to 200, isn't it? It's probably not impossible. What's your preferred way to hedge in the money puts? Buy out of the money calls? Sell shorter dated puts against? Is it dependent on where we are within a trading range? It's more dependent on where I think the price will go. If you're selling a put, you're betting that it can move up a little, but you're mostly betting that it's going to go sideways, right? You're just trying to offset decay. Um, it does hedge the upside a little bit, but not very much. If you're buying a call, you think it's going to bounce hard. And the instances where you would buy a call and not just close your put, um, those are pretty specific, and they have a lot to do with the amount of theta you have on the put. Chicago PMI 44. Nice. So more contraction. Not as bad as the prior month, but still quite the drop. PMI is not real bad. It's just not great. Wasn't NVIDIA's projection like a few billion more this quarter? And the only thing that got them across the finish line was CoreWeave. Last time, yeah, most of what got them across the finish line was CoreWeave. NVIDIA's pumping itself. Yep. Yeah, I know. We've been talking about that for quite some time. GME up and eye popping. Checks notes 30 cents. I know. I know, Dark. It looks like put interest to the downside here is starting to flesh out. We're falling into the range on the zero DTs where interest is net negative, but there is call side support at 41.50 and 41.60. 75. Ooh. Ooh, actually not a lot of call side support here. Just not a lot of puts at 55, huh? This isn't a particularly great range. Now, on longer dated put positions, building up quite a little ramp down to 41.25. So things are getting a little bit more bearish. They're just not buying zero DTEs. Should I take advantage of that somehow? Maybe. Hmm. That doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look great. That looks like shit. Okay. So the answer is yes. Mm, Options. Hmm. All right. Could Tesla drop lower today, or should put closing carry it considering a dropping market? Tesla could move lower today. It's not gonna. It's not gonna like fight back against the indexes or anything. It started to pick up some like short dated interest yesterday, but yeah, it doesn't look. It doesn't look like amazing. Like it was starting to get ready for like a recovery, but if the market's gonna dump, that's gonna fail. Yeah, it was interest is really light. Gamma was still negative. Now it's more negative. March 24 Apple 100 Ps. Am I insane? A little bit. I like the way you think, but yeah, you're a little bit crazy. Any reason not to expect a repeat of the second half of yesterday? I.e., attempts at 4,200 once calls are cheap as fuck. Conditions aren't as bullish today. There's more negative news. Looks like longer dated puts are positioning back in. Might be a lot harder. I mean, yesterday took a lot of effort, and they still failed to squeeze out the short calls and get us to 4,200. Right? They have a ton of risk back up at 4,200. Why is Nvidia pummeled today? Mostly that they slipped the short puts at 40 or 400. But they've had nothing but bad news for quite a while. Last couple of weeks. They have $5 billion in orders that are apparently not going to get filled because of the Biden administration update to the chip embargo to China. Yeah, the BOJ did release information last night. I think I posted it. If you look at my post history, I added everyone with it. Basically, they uncapped YCC, and they're gonna let the market determine their effective rate. So, yeah, the 10-year Japanese bond immediately responded by moving up almost to 1%. Any big news today? Most of it's out of the way already. I think we still have consumer confidence and Dallas services. We got a 1-year auction. That's about all that's left. Looks like gold's continuing to move up today. Let's see something here. All right. Looks like a pretty decent amount of call selling going on, a little bit of put buying on the 0DT side. Quite a lot of put buying at like 45, 40. Yeah, actually 40, 50 all the way down to 25. We're seeing some bearish interest come in. 55 is still kind of light, so until we fall below 50, we really don't have any kind of confirmation. But on the 0DT side, we're now starting to get a little bit more interest at 40 and 35. Maybe 25 too. Yeah, 25 too. And some in the money interest at 60. So we'll see if bears take this level. I think it's a possibility. Might have a bit of chop here though, until more positioning builds up. Yeah, consumer confidence is in 2 minutes. What's Carl's wife doing in Jamaica? She went with the girls to get a facial. Word of advice for GME folks with the $30 cost basis: get more aggressive with covered calls. I mean, that's one option. Or just don't miss the next opportunity for covered calls. Susan doing crazy stuff the past couple of days on pre-market. Any news? They had earnings today. That was the news. They beat. Well, they beat on EPS. I'd have to look. I don't remember what my cost basis on Maersk is. I don't think I got it that cheap. My cost basis is 831. So a little bit above where it's trading now. If it fell substantially, I'd probably pick up. I might double my position at like $6 in the event of like a crash or something like that. But other than that, no. And their dividend payout probably doesn't work the way you think it does, but they pay out their dividend based on their like cash flows. So they pay out a huge amount of their cash flows to their, but it can vary year by year depending on how business is, right? What will be the next opportunity for GME covered calls? There could be one in a few days. From the 3rd to the 9th. November 3rd to November 9th, or November OPEX. We'll see when XRT gets pulled off reg show. That'll be when. Do you think it's funny how the mainstream media is completely 100% mum on the whole deal with NVIDIA pumping their own peener? Yeah. I mean, the information's out there. There's definitely funds that are acting on it. Is it generally a bad idea to use stop limits on an option with low interest? Risk of gap versus saving some money? Yeah, I mean, you have to determine that. That can happen with options that fall deep into the money, right? Because you have you're gonna have less and less liquidity at the strike as the day wears on, especially like with zero DTs and stuff. So sometimes it's better to have the market sell to ensure that you get stopped out versus risking the potential for a gap. Knowing when to use market sells versus limit sells is pretty important. There's a place for each. Back in the day on GME, yeah, I think, and maybe people have some bad habits from this. Back in the day on GME, you really didn't want to use limit sells. You could lose like $5 on a contract, or you didn't want to use market sells because you could lose a lot of money on a contract with a market sell. But with things that are far more liquid like SPX, stuff like that, you're not going to have as big of problems. You also have to know how wide your limit needs to be in order to not get gapped over. I think far too many people try to like set their limit spread at like 25 cents, and that's like not practical on zero DTEs unless you're just like at the money scalping. Consumer confidence looks like it came in a little higher, 102.6. Not a very important point of data, but it's there. If looking to build a sizable position in VU, is there any advice to deploying the capital? Yeah, time a market bottom in DCA. What's the ticker for Maersk? Why am I getting so many questions about this today? AMKBY. What an odd thing for everyone to be interested in. Who gives a shit about consumers? No one. If you sold all of your GME at once, how much slippage would you get? Probably a decent amount. I mean, the share market's going to be like the DMM's going to step in and provide probably decent liquidity, but I'd probably lose, oh, I don't know, anywhere from like 10 to 20 cents a share if I just did like a market sell. I don't have that much. Although it would depend when I did the market sell. But I'm not doing that right now, so it's not really a worry. I would never do that anyway. That would be fucking stupid. I love that movie. And it is fucking terrible. When Vic's RQ? I don't know, but that reminds me. I wanted to open some like Am I more bearish today and tomorrow? '22, 1940. Three. Break even to the downsides in 1950. 27. Oh, that's not what I want, right? '18 to 20. What the fuck? Oh. I gotta wait for this now. Todd killed the VIX. Yeah, he's trying. Yeah, I see that. Was there some news or something? Or is this just like an insane pump? not a lot of position changed, so it's got to be something. Definitely nobody prepared for it. Collar roll. Where's today's? Today's like the little baby collar though, right? Oh fuck! Hold on, I gotta figure out where that is. $12.29. $42.10. There it is. So, fuck, I have no idea where the October expiry is. It's the 11,000 contract one though. Let me see if I can find it. So it looks like 4,400. $4,100. It's either 4,400, 4,100, or 4,400, 4,200. I'm not sure. And then 4,000. Maybe. Small collar, 482. October 3rd, 482.25, 43.40, 43, 36.50. And that was the one that was rolled in July, right? All right. Where did you find it? There used to be one guy who tracked it, but It doesn't seem to have posted in like 6 months. Like he tracked the little baby collars. My Express EXR buy orders have been placed 100.1. You know, you're a bastard, Cobra. So I'm trying to front run me. I'm gonna lower my price target, and I'm not gonna tell you. Hmm. That was a fucking. I still don't know what the hell that pump was about. Was there news from like Israel or something? Because nobody prepped for that on SPX at all. Put wall at 41.50. All right. Israel says it attacked Hamas gunmen instead of tunnels. Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's gonna. No. Thank you, Carl. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be an effect. Only Israel news was there wasn't gonna be a hostage swap. No worries, Biff. Oh, I looks pretty similar. Getting a little bit more slow call accumulation. I think at 70, 75, 80. And there's a little bit of put selling, but there wasn't even a lot of put selling on the vol drop. I assume yields got hit. Yeah, yields got slammed. Dollar's still up. Or at least it's moving back up. Oh, the yen's above 151. Jesus. What's the 10-year Japanese bond at? $9.59. Hmm. NQ and Dow are still down on the day, but oil and gold are up. Treasury Department announces new Series I bond rate of 5.27 for the next 6 months. That might have had some effect. Although you think that wouldn't push yields down. All I know is that QQQ went up 60 BPS in 5 candles and blew out my stops. We just got done talking about using market stops. Very bearish if NVIDIA rejects at 400. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. A scale of mega cucked to extremely ultra cucked. How cucked is the BOJ? I mean, they're fine. Not in that bad of a position. Inflation's still not terrible. Like, it's up. And so are their inflation expectations, but it's not terrible yet. They also have 186 billion in reserves. Tesla breaking 200. A little bit, yeah. Like market stops on one DTE works pretty well. If you have liquidity, yeah. Sometimes there's no, it depends where your one DT is at. Like if you're at the money, it's fine. But if you're out of the money, you can get a lot of slippage on those. It's gonna get pretty terrible with the yen going down and Dixie going up now. Yeah. But I mean, they're gonna take open market action nimbly, according to their report, right? The Ministry of Finance has $186 billion in reserves in order to enact open market actions, like short dollar, long yen transactions to stabilize their currency. Who from the Discord would best fit in a hedge fund? Not for trading expertise, just personality. Farmville. Maybe popcorn. Is it me? I'm hedge fund material. I already told you, you're the guy who reads the earnings reports, Atomic. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. That's it, Gherkin. No forward guidance for you. We're starting to get some more put buying again. But I think calls are better positioned in this range than the bearish side is, so we'll see if they're able to push it back down. Between here and 170, 4,200. We're probably stuck around 41.65 at least for a little bit. We'll see. If puts keep coming in, we can drop. They're coming in a little bit. I set up a sell order for my NVIDIA March 2024 50Ps at $4 a share. If the MM wants them, they can have them. How nice of you. Do you want to know what happens? I'm from the future. Sure. If we do red peener, we could do red peener for a little bit. Well, if we can break 41.50. We need a decently sized red peener. Not to be a size queen, but like really needs to break 41.50 to get a continuation. Chop here for a little, then rocket up to 41.75, 180. Yeah, 180 is not out of reach. I thought you'd like that, Dork. A little more put interest coming in. Let's see if we lose momentum. Don't want to average this down. It's not really worth it. No, it's close. Short puts. I'm gonna wait. I really never should have sent you that DM, Carl. It wasn't for you. The Panama Canal further restricted traffic. Four minutes ago. I didn't have any bananas. Why? Just cause? Cause due to the drought? It's kind of a big deal. That's bearish and immaculate deflation. Yeah. Disinflation. Either one, right? Time to short pineapple. Ooh. Am I gonna finally be able to buy Dole? Oh, I fucking hope so. That'd be awesome. You know, Dork, Vix isn't really giving me an entry where I can sell my butterfly for tomorrow. And I assume it's your fault. Why did you do this to the VIX? It is my fault. That's what I thought. I was bored. It's not cool, man. Ooh, I like that one. We're never gonna get a fill on this. Greg sells butterfly. Vix immediately to 25. I mean, it's fine, right? It's go 1-to-1, payout to loss. If I could get a fill. The bid is shockingly low. But like selling hundreds of thousands of 30 DTE out of the money puts. That wasn't very cool of you. Yeah, yeah, that's how they short it. What percent chance do you think JPOW hikes? I don't think he does. I think it's a greater than 2% chance that the market's currently pricing in. But I mean, he's just such a little cuckboy bitch, you know? So I think he's just gonna come out tomorrow and be like, "We're really hawkish, guys. You know, stop overinflating the market. Otherwise, you know, you're gonna get it." And then, you know, that's gonna be his speech until Jan. Should he? Yes, yes, he should. And he shouldn't just do 0.25. He should do like 0.5 or 0.75 again. Because we're literally right the fuck back where we were. Almost exactly where we were at the beginning of 2022. Just saying JPAS Mr. Mackey. Inflation's bad, okay? Yeah, yeah. Don't fight the Fed. Okay, yeah. Uh, Super Thurial, the time guy. I'm not reading all that. He should do 100 BPS, 300 BPS, and then cut in December. He should just do 300 BPS, cut in March. What do you mean? Paul Krugman assured me that inflation has been defeated and at very little cost. Good for him. At what point do we start treating no hike as an emergency rate cut? We don't. With a trillion more in issuance, 1.6 trillion. Won't rates go to like 7, 8, 9%? Probably, yeah. But the FFR needs to go up still. You should use pulse width modulation. Just alternate between 0 and 10%. The duration spent at each value, adjust the average. I think he should come out every day and declare an entirely new federal funds rate and just use a random number generator to determine it that's set between 0 and 45%. You think that might scare people out of the asset bubble? Zero and 69%. It was right there. Yeah, but I'm not 12, man. Why not just pin FFR to 50 BPS above the current rate of inflation? The rate of inflation's like CPI is too volatile, right? I think someone's tried that before. I can't remember who, but it's been attempted. Is it Gork? I mean, yeah. No, I still don't know what the pump was. I know that call buyers on SPX were like, "Whoa, we should buy more calls at the top of it," and they got looks like they got fucked. Most likely range a day before FOMC. Yeah, it looks pretty fucking boring. It'd be cool if Weeble let you turn spreads into butterflies. Why isn't that a fucking option? Ugh. Girk, your NVIDIA 200Ps are just 2 weeks away from being in the money. That'd be cool, man. I doubt it, but that'd be cool. So you got a handful of SPX December 4150p and 10x Netflix 400ps, hypothetically. This doesn't sound very hypothetical. It sounds very specific. What are some neat ways to hedge FOMC? Could use calls. You know the opposite of all the puts you have? Hypothetically. No. Double down on puts was not part of that. Oh, this thing's never gonna fill. Why is the bid fucking 60 cents? No one's capitulating. No one's doing anything fun. There was some put buying. That's leveled off. There's some call selling now. A little bit of it. What am I gonna do? Buy the halt, Space Monkey? There are other things than puts. Fuck my life. Happy Halloween, Gurg. Oh shit, yeah, it is Halloween. I forgot about that. We're just gonna bounce between plus and -1 sigma while the range gets tighter and tighter until we close right on VWAP today. We're nowhere near plus or -1 sigma. Right? It's like 42.54 and 40.87. You talking about like the 1 day? One minute. Oh, you're just a VWAP? We bounced back. Now what? Maybe like down again. Buybacks are expected to amount to 5 billion in stock per day through the end of the year, according to Goldman Sachs. And CTAs are selling 19 billion, 10 billion on the uptape. So, not a huge effect. Throw a red filter on because of Halloween. Yeah, I could do something fancy. Turn myself into a pumpkin. How would you draw a pickle and a ghost? Was it like a ghost, like a little ghost with green feet? That's just gonna look like a penis with a napkin on it. Ugh. Stream card should have said gone in 60 bips. I wish the stream card was based on the Disney classic Hocus Pocus. Damn. USD JPY 151.23. It just keeps climbing. What are you thinking Fubo earnings are going to be like? Hopefully better than the prior earnings. That would be the ideal scenario. Hmm. So you have buybacks? Did Upstart ever fully complete theirs? No. At what USD JPY would it mandate a peg? 155 to 160? Basically at the point of like economic collapse for Japan. The video rejected at 400. A little bit, yeah. We could still push through though, right? Yeah, it still could. Hmm. So RSP is up today, everything else is down. No, I don't have enough money to short the yen into oblivion. Have you seen the Hexclad pans? I've heard they're dog shit. I just use carbon steel. Carbon steel and cast iron. It's weird. RSP's up, but Dow's down. NQ is down. Russell's jamming. Assuming JPEG doesn't raise rates, but do you see that forcing the MOASS to de-risk significantly, or them pushing higher? The pickle jar is very eager for something to force them to de-risk, because apparently basically nothing so far does. I mean, they've been de-risking since August. You're just impatient. Don't refer to yourself as the entirety of the pickle jar. You're the one who complains about it every 15 minutes. I wasn't referring to myself, but you were. We're options traders here, so don't forget to do the Halloween calendar spread, y'all. Short 0 DTE puts and use credits for long 1 DTE puts on candy. Nice. Thank you, Yaga. Um, best carbon steel pan brand? I think I have a bunch that are this might be the wrong spelling, but it's like Mauviel. And then I have one that's like solid technic. Something like that. I can't remember the name of it. That one was kind of pricey. Or maybe it has a K. It has a K. That one's pretty good. Is ES gonna break above 4,200 today? I don't know. We're not that close to it yet. Well, at least we're not that close to breaking above it yet. We found some support here on the way up. Seems to be sporadic buying. Yuri, I still don't really know what's going on, but I'm excited to be here, and I think you people are nice. Thanks, man. That's awesome. Do they want to de-risk for tomorrow? Probably, yeah. My short puts just got assigned. Time to go to the store to accept delivery. At least I can hand them out tonight. Is this a continuation of the candy thing? Oh, okay. I get it. I don't think anybody's gonna come to my apartment, but maybe I'll go buy some candy bars or something. If you don't give out full-size candy bars on Halloween, you're a piece of shit. I just sold a $5 spread on SPX for $265. This feels like cheating. I can assure you that it's not. Yuri did make the VEP song. We should hand out Ozempic? No. Who gives out full-sized? I do. Everyone should give out full-size. I only give out king-size candy bar with URL links to this channel. My man. Last year was the weirdest experience. I had tons of full-size candy bars and then some Jolly Rancher / gummies for anyone with allergies, and almost no kid took the full size. What the fuck? Nope, Gene Crisper. That's not how you do Halloween. Don't do that. I'm handing out Dillionaire coupons this week. Bullish. We have between 200 and 300 kids come to the door. That's a lot of full-size candy bars. You got to order them in bulk from the distributor. You're the one who wanted to live in a family-friendly neighborhood. It's not the kids' fault. They just came there expecting full-size candy bars. I used to live on the same street as a Helen Keller school. We had a stash of king-size candy bars just for the blind kids. Look on their face and they realize they hit a jackpot. Priceless. Do you invest in diabetes medication companies each autumn? No. Probably takes at least 6 months to be diagnosed with pre-diabetes. So it's more of a spring play. Seasonally. Also, everyone wants to start getting thin after the holidays. Full-size airheads count? No, and you know they don't. Would you give out ice cream sandwiches? No, you get weird looks. I tried it once. I don't know, like, I just buy, like, the variety packs. I think they come with, like, Snickers and... what? Snickers and Reese's and M&M's and something else. It's all peanuts. And I have, like, there's a kid who, like, shows up and he's got a peanut allergy. I just give him, like, a kitchen appliance or something. You're still fairly confident that FOMC will bring some downs? Most of my position has at least a few weeks, so I'm not overly covered yet. What would make us go up after FOMC? More call buying, probably. I do have an extra bread maker. I don't know why I ever bought either one of them. People with peanut allergies are ruining life for the rest of us. Really? I'm completely unaffected by people with peanut allergies. If you're not giving out 12-inch carbon steel pans, are you even a Manhattanite? I have like three like gift packs of Le Creuset utensils that Le Creuset sent me. I could just give those away. Kids love that shit, right? Like spatulas. I mean, they could pretend it's like a wand or something. Yeah, they send you like gifts every year. Can confirm 3-year-old loves spatulas. Perfect. Why not just give them sharpened sticks? I mean, a silicone spatula and a sharpened stick are very different things, Bob. Imagine showing up to a super stocker's house and they try to give you like shitty GameStop t-shirts or transfer your child an NFT. I had 2 3-year-olds until I gave one of them a sharpened stick. Now the one 3-year-old gets spatulas. At least you learn from your lessons. Growing. Give them DRS shares. It's almost cheap enough. How long can this upside hold with Dixie pushing up this hard? It seems obscenely regarded. I'm kind of wondering how long bonds can stay down with Dixie pushing up this hard. Like spread should be widening like crazy right now. And they're keeping the top end, like buyers are keeping the top end of the curve in check, so I just gave out bags of chips for those that didn't want candy. Okay, smart. I have like I have like 20 little packages of miniature tomatoes. They're for like I think they're for like snacking on. I can give those away. But I'm gonna show like if I do that, I'm gonna show their kid the candy bars. I'm gonna be like, your mom's doing this to you. Like I'm gonna be like, wow, you really don't wanna give him one of these full size candy bars, and then I'll give them the tomatoes. I don't care if they decorate my door. I don't have to clean it. Give them options as a strategic investment. New York man goes to jail for crushing small child with a book. Yeah, that's how I want to go down. Usually, like, I don't know. I used to go trick or treating in New York City when I was a kid. It was fucking awesome. Because like all the like businesses and stores would have candy. So you would just go from like business to business, and you'd get the hookup. Like you go to a bodega, and they'd be like, take whatever the fuck you want. But yeah, a lot of kids just like go trick or treating in their buildings. Fortunately, there's only like 2 kids who live on my floor, and their parents are super neurotic, so I don't think they let them trick or treat. I said excuse me to one of their children one time because I was like going down the hallway with some trash, and his mom, like he's like 8, and his mom picked him up and like turned him away from me like this. I was like, ma'am, I'm just trying to throw my trash out. I'm not trying to rape your child. I don't think she believed me. They got divorced. It was the hat. I wasn't wearing a hat. They don't like the beard. Maybe. No, the dad left. They had like a big fight, and he bounced. I was like 10 feet away from the child. She like pushed his head down and like just kept facing me. Like as I walked past her, she was like tracking me. People are fucking nuts. Yeah, but I don't live there. The child had never seen a centaur before. We're staring at the mom's chest while saying it? No. What the fuck is wrong with you, Brett? Also, she's hideous. Oh dang, we didn't fill that gap. Okay. You can't say that in the Me Too era. Why? Don't judge. She lost her husband and lives in the worst place in the world. She probably lost her husband because she's a bitch. No, it's not. She doesn't have like. It's not like a horse face. She's one of those people who have that like face like they're like somebody's always wafted shit under their nose. They're just like all the time, you know. But it's a permanent feature of their expression. RBF. I don't want to imagine having sex with that face. Although I guess I could get Big Spoon to just put your face on her. Resting shit face. I mean, her looks aren't the summation of who she is as a person. They're just as awful. Are you getting calls here? Yeah. I have some like upside spreads. I still have my straddle from yesterday. Although it's also still kind of just at the money. It's not so much, it's not like a bitch face. It doesn't look angry. It looks like it smelled offal. Like resting bitch face is different. This isn't the same as that. Does Japan plan on stopping their currency from cratering like Carl's tea? Apparently not. USD 106.612. Hmm. Yeah, I guess distributive risk off dork, you think? No worries. Yeah, that doesn't look super fucking bullish. Oh, it's gonna be one of those fucking days. Just fuck all until 3 p.m. and then we move 50 BPS so you can't sell condors. My favorite. I can't wait. Offal, not awful. Offal. Like the intestines from an animal. Has the EXR downgrade affected your entries, exits at all? I don't think I've changed my buy order. No, my buy order on the downsides. Hold on, let me check where it's at. Oh, I had one at 101.94, but it didn't fill on any shares, even though it looks like it dipped there. And I have another buy order at 97.45. But yeah, I don't care what B of A security says. They're idiots. I just want to say what the Japanese Ministry of Finance is allowing to happen to their currency is a great dishonor to their nation, and they should not enable the monetary gaijin. Should I buy more 2D poots? I guess you could. Do you want to? I'm just like not doing anything right now. This is boring as fuck. It kind of looks like very gradual de-risking. I don't know what level they're de-risking at because they haven't really moved any volume. It's seppuku. Oh, you're doing a joke. Never mind. No, I haven't legged out of my straddle. I'm literally just, it's at 4170. I'm just sitting in it. Puts on Baba? I haven't looked at Baba in a little bit. How's it doing? You could, like 78, 73 PTs. It's not terrible. China's economy is definitely not getting any better. Crushing VIX to prepare for de-risking? Possibly. I mean, they're crushing VIX an awful lot without very much price improvement, right? Like, they've gotten 2 legs up, and they've just continued to push it down. Positioning isn't really changing much. It's just like, so we're sitting on that fucking call wall at 4170 from yesterday, and we're just not budging. It's like the end of day yesterday, but longer. Yeah, they're selling some puts and buying some calls, but not in significant quantities. Like the net accumulation of them is pretty flat. No, that's Sudoku. Sudoku is the number puzzle. Seppuku is when they disembowel themselves with like a little sword. Sapporo is a beer. Is this finally the floor for TLT? I doubt it. Baba earnings this week, though, could be worth waiting. Waiting might miss the opportunity. I think you're thinking of kombucha. I'm definitely not. Oh god. My ex used to make her own kombucha. Our refrigerator smelled like shit for like 6 months. You can't clean the smell out. That was like 2 apartments ago. 3 apartments ago? That was it's not that this I don't have any fucking kombucha in my apartment. If it was a Gen Zer, I would say this is aggressively mid. Yeah, it is. Moldy vinegar. No, I didn't. I never tried it. It smelled awful. Hot dog water kombucha, just like grandma used to make. Kombucha just isn't anything. It's not great for your health. It's just nothing. It's like taking CBD. Have you ever tried bathing your sweaty balls in kombucha, J Fresh? I drank it once when I thought I'd poisoned my liver with Advil. How much Advil did you take? Turns out it was appendicitis. That's what I mean. You don't accidentally poison yourself with ibuprofen. You've got to take a shitload of that stuff. Like, that's a process. It's like, I accidentally took 200 Advil. No. I'm not even sure ibuprofen's like chemotoxic, right? Isn't it? Isn't that Tylenol that fucks your liver up? What a terrible. Yeah, it's super super awful. It was a long time ago. My second kid was like 4 days old, so the entire time is a blur. All right. You know how to cure hangovers. Find like a IV service. Call them up. They come over like a nurse comes over with like an IV bag, and they just hook you up. You feel fucking amazing in like 20 minutes. It's not even that expensive. It's like the price of like 5 more drinks. Rather than IV, just chug water before you go to sleep. What I do is I just stay awake until I'm sober. So I just don't sleep until I've completely sobered up. Hydrate well, and then I'll go to bed. I haven't had a hangover since I was like 19. It's amazing. You just have to resist the call of the alcohol to slumber. You know that point at which you've drank so much and you're just like, ah, and like bed sounds so great. Not like a real one. I've had mild hangovers because I went to sleep before I was sober, but Vic sub 19 makes sense. Yields are down. Nothing driving vol. Hmm. Actually. But Vic's still in backwardation. I wonder how much of this has to do with the VIX expiry tomorrow. That's gonna flip around. prickly pear. What does that do? You know how banks are chugging hogs to get loans? I bet primes are doing the same thing. I mean, they are the primes. Same people, Dork. Oh, my Roomba's fucking running into my door. Randomized trial, pickly prayer reduced risk of hangover by about 50%. Hmm. What if 50% of those people just didn't get hangovers? Prickly pears for MOASS? I don't think so. Holy fuck, this is so boring. It was prickly pear water. It was the water. Also, you can't precisely measure the degree of a hangover. Probably bullshit. Yeah, I understand the goal of the randomization. I would expect that. I would want to see that trial repeated a couple times to have any kind of definitive sample set, right? I bet you can measure the magnitude of a hangover through something like sodium content in the blood. Is alcohol really high in sodium? Yeah. There's can't is what's the fucking God damn it, Dave probably knows. What's the compound that like the toxic compound from alcohol that acetaldehyde or whatever it is? Acetaldehyde. It's like CH3CHO. I think you can measure. Yeah, I think you can measure that. How much of that is in the blood to measure like the strength of a hangover, right? Like the byproducts of ethanol metabolizing in the liver, not acai. Do you guys ever get triggered when people call them acai berries? Nobody knows how to pronounce it. I just did. It's E. I don't know. The people in Central and South America that have the fucking tree. That's the correct pronunciation though. I'm like 99% sure. Blasphemy. I want ramen for lunch, but they don't open until 12, which means if I get delivered, it won't be here till 1. And when do you want to eat lunch? Yeah, tech's kind of dragging down the market today. All that breath and no pump. Dude, the FRN and tips auctions are going to be lit. Paibo is orange and appropriating pumpkin culture as a pickle. Get him? It's not a fucking acai berry. I just call it assberry. That's different. Floating rate notes sound like adjustable rate mortgage. No. Well, not really. Different backwards. Like adjustable rate reverse mortgage. $52 week came in at 5.135. Okay. Today's just boring. Yeah, today's just boring. Ooh. Who wants news from a JPM desk? Kolanovic, we expect both demand and pricing power for corporates to soften, while interest expense and charge-off should rise in the coming quarters due to restrictive monetary policy, tightening liquidity, diminishing consumer savings, and elevated geopolitical risk. You just had to listen to me. I could have told you this months ago. Ultimately, consensus expectations of 12% forward EPS growth, which we believe are divorced from these risks, should be revised lower. Absent preemptive rate cuts by global central banks, we see risks compounding, with the peak effect of restrictive monetary policy still ahead. We expect the Fed to stay on hold this week with a largely unchanged statement. Also, Houthi rebels in Yemen have formally declared war against Israel. A relative of mine got a bunch of RSUs from Boeing. Told them it might be worth selling as BA outlook might not be very bright in a big downturn, unless World War III. 40% revenue is defense. I mean, we've got 2 wars going on. Usually Boeing's pretty defensive. Core inflation being higher is not really helping their sales, but Yemen, yeah. That's an escalation because Iran directly funds the Houthis. Hezbollah's already attacked it's that's not how it's spelled, but Hezbollah's already attacked Israel with rocket strikes from the um northern border. Yemen's a country. When does the VIX get released from its cage? Not anytime soon. That's the exact opposite of fantastic. But I didn't say not anytime soon. It could be any day now. Have you forgotten when VIX was at like 13? VIX is higher than the average right now. Short-term memory. Are Houthis members of the Houthi and the Blowfish? No, fan club. Yemen is a real popcorn trader. You're not real. The Houthi thing might be good regionally. Politically for Israel, as the Saudis are already fighting the Houthi. The Saudis aren't going to fuck up their alliance with the US. They wouldn't have anyone to sell their oil to. China's broke. Baby consolidation about to break down? No, probably not. Probably just like another bounce. I don't know. I don't want to put that on, Gordon. Because I don't. Fine. I swear to God, if that fucking robot runs into my door one more time, I'm gonna go kill it. Does your cat ride on top of your Roomba? If he does, I've never seen him do it. Okay, this is distracting. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. Fucking hate this dork. Don't hurt the robot. The AI will find out about it and then hunt you down when they become our overlords. Shit. Didn't you buy Leaps popcorn? What are you worried about? Like the stream or I'm mod JFresh. You don't have those powers. Too late. They're already training on your content. Damn. That's gonna be some fucked up AI. I'm just making conversation. Oh, okay. Yields are now helping the dollar up. Haven't yields... I mean, yields have been helping the dollar up all morning. This isn't like a new development. Actually, they're kind of lagging the dollar. You know what's really helping the dollar up? Britain and Europe's shitty economies. Thanks, Europors. Yeah, yen's drilling all day. It's 150, 150. I mean, I assume it's just gonna push up to like 155, right? Or Japan's already taking open market action and it's just weak sauce. I did go to the USD JPY carry trade after last night's data in your comment. Everyone waiting for someone else to do the work. Thanks for the link. I have a better understanding now. No problem, man. Japan has used all its reserves, and the USG JPY still sits at 151.48. It can go a lot higher. It can hit like 155 or 160. Although by the time it hits 160, it's catastrophic for their economy. And then they face a very real threat of hyperinflation. Oh, wait, what time is this one at? Oh, this is right now. Wow, I hate everything about that, Dork. The meatball's just like sitting in a pit. The meatball is inside of the cannoli. Bear flag breakdown? Where's the bear flag? Just the whole thing? This whole thing's a bear flag. Like out here. Ugh. I mean, this doesn't look particularly bullish right now. TLT crashing a little bit. Yeah, yields are stepping up again. Dixie's getting kind of close to it's like. Hmm, hmm. Early early October high. It's got a ways to go. Ugh. Is 0 DT 4175? Should turn things around. Puts or calls. You see much de-risking? Not a lot, no. There's a little more put interest coming in. Seems to be mostly at 4160. My car is 2 months away from being paid off. Nice, dude. Oh, I'm sure you know already, right? This is boring. Does Fubo have any good FTDs in November? I think they have a couple days. Or just like IWM has a large number of FTDs. Probably more important than Fubo's, but I think like 11, what was it, 11.3 and 11.6? So the ETF FTD period for Fubo is kind of spicy. Save it up for 3 months, then blow it on one slightly at the money 0DT SPX put. That's how we do it, Dork. Or you could just buy things with yields and sell cover calls on them, and then save that up until you can blow it all on 10DT. Call wild speculation, test ES 4200. Not working out too well. Cut soon. Yeah, I mean, I have a little bit of upside protection up to 4200 too, so I don't fault you for that. Breakout's possible. It would be really cool if the market could crash today, so JPAC can get up on stage and be all smug tomorrow. Oh no, he's gonna have to do his mean face tomorrow. I wonder if he'll wear the purple tie again. Breakout possible, but why not break down? I mean, they're defending 4170. They have a call wall here. I would assume they're defending it till later in the day when there's enough sold calls accumulated that they can pump. But that may not be true. They may just need to defend this level. Or they're just trying to protect their risk at 4150. What does the purple tie mean? Nothing. He just wears it every time. I wonder what I should have for lunch today. Ham and mustard sandwich. Ew. Nothing else? Just ham and mustard? I don't know if I have ham. If you put bacon in it, it's not a ham and mustard sandwich anymore. It's a bacon ham and mustard. Bacon is ham? No, it's pork belly. Ham's the leg. You mean it's pig? Why don't you just call it a pig sandwich? Long pig. I'm 2 weeks away from paying off my credit card, and then I'll put 600 to 800 a month into options positions. You got me bearish. You say one position with more theta is better than three positions with less. It depends on how you're trading, but It can be, yeah. It's safer than three positions with less data. That was some futures volume. Well, yeah, it was. Thinking ups today? Sorry, I'm just tuning back in. I think we're kind of range bound today, which was kind of something I expected to happen, but mostly I thought it would be realized on VIX. I'm not overly fond of the weird VIX spikes today. We plan to add puts after FOMC or before? Probably after. See where it takes us. The pumps are somewhat predictable. Well, yeah, it's because they're all off of the 4170 level. Well, they were all in an attempt to get to the 4170 level, and now they're off of it. That was a pretty big amount of call buying though that came in. A little bit of put selling, not as much put selling on that one though. There's still compounding risk, which is fucking unfathomable to me. Getting some out of the money call interest here. So 75.80. 75 flip negative. So 80, 80, 85, 90, 95 call interest coming in. Long call interest. I don't think there's very many shorts to squeeze out. Like if they want it to move up, they need to provide their own liquidity. I'm not actively watching the OI for tomorrow, but I could take a look at it. This isn't Todd. This is Toby. He's Todd's cousin. Well, Todd's job was to keep VIX below 14, and he failed. Toby's job is to keep it under 20. Alright, let's look at tomorrow's expiration. No, not super bullish. We're actually hung up on some put walls for tomorrow here at 70 and 75. Looks just like a lot of neutral positioning. It doesn't seem like anybody's really trying to move the market very much. Everyone's just setting up for the Fed. But if we break 75 here, we could get an upside move. Something we've been struggling with quite a bit. When is the Fed tomorrow? It's always at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, and then 2:30 is the presser, right? I hope he just raises rates. Yeah, him raising rates isn't going to crash the market, Lawrence. Also, it eases the carry trade. But you're not wrong about him being a little bitch. I know. It's unfortunate. We could be well on the path to recovery by now had the Fed just fucking admitted their mistake, moved past it, and made tangible changes. Instead of trying to do as little to upset the banks as possible, which is what they've done. Maybe they expected to be at 4,200 by now so they could de-risk, but now they have to de-risk at this level. If they don't de-risk by tomorrow, they're stupid. Well, they definitely want to get some of the at-the-money risk off the table, but in order to do that, they need to compound out of the money risk, right? So, I don't think there's any free lunch here. You could argue we would never have had issues in the first place if the 2008 bailout Fed intervention happened like it did too. Well, we'd have different issues, but yeah, it wouldn't be so bad. The Fed would be able to move their securities portfolio a lot faster. What would make junk bonds die? BBB and AAA yields moving up. Someone's buying some fixie? Yeah, I'd imagine. A long yen's pretty enticing here, right? Just tuning in. Looks range bound for the day. Cool. See you tomorrow. See you later, man. Is it possible to sell a cover call for a month out and then sell the underlying out from under it? If brokerage allows you to hold naked positions, sure. Otherwise, no. Mm. Walmart looks like it's in a pretty stable range. It doesn't get super bearish until it falls below like 156. And interest, like options interest on it's pretty stable. I don't think it's gonna go down very hard. Not right now. Was the market dressed up as a bull market for Halloween? No. Do I need to like zoom out? This is where we are. No problem, man. Hmm. Yields aren't doing much right now. Alright, I'm gonna go get some lunch. I'll be right back. Red candle. Trying to look at the options chain for where straddles and strangles are being set up. Is next monthly expiration's best place to look? They're setting them up for tomorrow's expiration. Next month would be too broad of a range for the FOMC meeting. Remember, more theta, you need a greater move in the underlying in order to be profitable. What the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah, I have to set a timer. Cool. I'd like it to drop a little more. That'd be super neat. Let's see what's going on with our flows here. All right, so surprisingly, most of the sell-off in futures still just not a lot of change in SPX. Still have a decent ramp back up to 41.75. Yeah, this range is really hotly contested. I think it's net negative, but mostly at the $60 strike. Gamma from 60 to 80 is just pretty flat. So that's one of the reasons we're moving so quickly between the 60 and like mid 70 range. And then there's a put wall at 75. So that's like what's protecting the upside. But bounces off of 60 are like very likely to test 70 to 74. Probably kind of easy to trade. Oh, man. I'm like a little sick. I'm not like, I don't have like a bad cold or anything, but like a little one, right? I thought it was allergies, but I'm pretty sure it's just a cold. But holy fuck, am I tired. No, not really. Kind of, my sinuses are like a little clogged up. I just like fucking did not sleep for like the last 3 days. Fucking son of a bitch, dork. You know what? Crowd is not moving quickly. Had a nice bounce this morning. Still pretty well defended on the downside, but all right. So what do I have open? I have a 50-40 for 360. So I'm hedged on the downside. How can I use that to my advantage? Because it's basically shit. What the fuck? 50? That's 50, 40, and those are 644, 1009. Butterfly 75. 90, 60. 65, 85. I don't like that. All right, 4,200 end of day. That'd be like cool, but I don't think so. This kind of just still looks like they're rolling their positions out like they were yesterday. Maybe later in the day they'll try to pump and blow out the sold calls that are accumulating to the upside. Can you get a position update on your NVIDIA Jan 2024 200Ps? Still 350? Yeah. I haven't added any yet, but they're pretty close to 50% down, like underwater. So I figure once they dip below that, maybe I'll average. $4,200 end of day. Well, we'll see. You see, the Apple event was a huge nothing burger. They're trying to fluff for earnings. That's what Apple always does. I ordered my ramen before the restaurant ever opened. It will be here in 10 minutes, in case you were concerned. I wasn't, but I'm glad your lunch is coming so early. Their ability to move SPX seems to be up. Seems to be slipping. I can assure you that it does not appear that way. Where are we? Where are we on the meatball chart? Kind of at the top of the hill. The top of the meatball hill is at 75, and then it's downhill all the way to 4,200. Yen drop harder. I'm traveling to Japan next week. Oh, nice. The official spokesperson for the Yemeni armed forces, Brigadier General Yahya Sarianu, declared that his country officially declares war on Israel. Yeah, we already went through that. Vic's getting taken to the slaughterhouse like a horse ready for the glue factory. There's quite a lot of demand on the top end of the curve still today. I mean, yields are up substantially from pre-market, and Dixie's still rising. So, and the spreads are definitely getting pressured, but someone's buying into them. It could be Japan taking open market action, but if they are, it's very weak open market action. We touched on HE today. Covering or just sector shifting? Not enough volume to be covering. But around 14 that could accelerate. HE really needs to break like $15 to start really pressuring the shorts. But yeah, there's been a pretty persistent like sectors. Yeah, this is just fucking de-risking. God damn it. I hate this shit, dork. It's more aggressive. Are they gonna pull out their crowd's going up pretty good? It's doing okay so far. All right, I'm gonna vertical on the call side. 80, 90. Fucking that's not even that expensive. Mm. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ, this is annoying. Yep. The Bulls are defending their shitty call wall with everything they've got. Institutional flows are short, retail, corporate, and hedge are long. I'll throw it up in the SPX channel for you guys. RSP's up a bunch today. So the rest of the index outside of the Mag 7 is actually performing pretty well. That's up like 55 BPS, which arguably provides stronger flows than Mag 7. Let's see if they can push this up. Oh, there's my food. All right, I'll be right back. I have to close this. Pumpers are stuck. I mean, this is where the put wall is, so they're either going to try to pressure it and get the upside breakout, or they're going to fail. They put a lot into this one, so... regarded S&P or rest of S&P. It's an equal weight ETF. Equal, so it weighs all the components equally. Yeah, it is all gas, no brakes. Yeah. There's quite a lot of, they're doing quite a lot of de-risking today. The volume on it's starting to pick up now into the latter half of the day too. But they still haven't de-risked any of the underwater shit at 4,200. And that's a problem, because there's a lot of it. I mean, Dixie looks like it's kind of rocketing back towards like 107. Fucking yen, 151.68. Ridiculous. How close is a collapse of the carry trade? Probably still pretty far away. More pressure on it now, though. The PE of 100, you think Nvidia losing 500 billion of revenue would remove, does quick napkin math, 200 billion of market cap, right? Uh we'll see. I mean, it's 500 billion in current orders, but what about future orders, right? Nvidia's PE shouldn't be more than like 25, maybe 30, if they weren't selling all the chips to themselves. I mean, companies that have their full funding and support. Was this MOASS? No. Yeah, that could very well happen, Lawrence. How much more can they beat up VIX before we see a reversal? I mean, as long as the top end of the curve stays pressured to the downside, then quite a bit. Yemen has to pass through Saudi Arabia to get to Israel. They could transport troops into Jordan via the Red Sea. You mean where our naval fleets are at? Yeah. They could go the long way around. Through what? The Persian Gulf? Or the Gulf of Oman? And Kuwait or Iraq? Thanks for timing them out. Are you still bullish on BTU? Yeah. I'm also up on BTU, which helps. You know all that time when it was like $16 and $18? And I was like, wow, that was a really good price on BTU. And I was buying it. Selling CSPs on it. There's no super secret BTU DD. Would you be impressed if FUBA met expectations? Oh, for earnings this quarter? Isn't it like negative 32 versus the prior like 130? Or 30? They had 17 last time. And they picked up a bunch of customers from Comcast, so was it Comcast or Cablevision or whatever fucking Time Warner, whatever shitty network. Spectrum, yeah, Time Warner. Also, we just went through the baseball season, right? Or we're almost done with it. When's the World Series? Coming up, over? It's like around now, right? In the middle right now. There you go. So they had the MLB package all through baseball season. So I don't think they're gonna lose like a lot of subscribers, at least on that end. So if everything remains the same and they picked up some extra revenue, their earnings should be okay. Yes, 4200, a speed bump? It's a resistance. Imposter Carl's never done anything wrong, besides being born Carl. So if we break 4201 on futures, upside resistance at like 4215. Forty-two 14 in there. Imposter Carl better than real Carl? Well, he's got more tea, but he doesn't have Carl's wife. Hmm. That's yesterday's print, right? Today's the dumb. Well, let's see. Still buying. 80, 85, 90. Looks okay. 85 might provide some resistance. Although a break of 80 should be bullish. So the Bank of Japan decision has rocked this thing. But it'll take a while for the effects to become apparent. Why are they selling hundreds of thousands of out-of-the-money puts month out if we're getting rocked? They're not selling hundreds of thousands of puts today. They've already sold hundreds of thousands of puts. It's not hundreds of thousands. It's like a few thousand. If they get it to 4,200 and they're able to de-risk their puts, right? They're not going to just de-risk them all at once and collapse the price back. They're going to do what they've done at every level here, which is de-risk as much as they feasibly can until they blow up their support. And then they're going to use 0 DTE calls to create more support so they can de-risk more, right? That's what the distributive effect you see playing out is. They're using this opportunity to de-risk as much as they feasibly can. Then their support gets pulled. They pull back. They use more 0 DTEs to pump it back up and de-risk more. This is our second day of this bullshit now. It's stupid, but it is what it is. CNBC would never allow me to go on air. If they did a cursory background check on my public statements, believe me, they don't. They're gonna be huge dicks and eat your theta. Yeah, that's why you sell options. How did bears not take advantage of this? No reason to. It's expensive. Also, they're making puts cheaper, right? Why fight them? They've already got to fight the MM. You don't need to. You don't need to throw up a lot of resistance there. I don't think anyone gets it. I'm kind of waiting until someone says the right thing, but I've written about the spread for like a year, right, Dork? And the carry trade, and I don't think anyone understands any aspect of it at all. I saw USD JPY. The spread is so important. It's the only thing keeping the wheels on the bus of our global financial system. I know. Is it because lending in Japan is becoming more expensive? It's because as the 10-year rate rises and approaches 1% or higher on the 10-year on the Japanese 10-year note or bond, um, that tightens the spread. And worse yet, no one knows how much, right? Because Yuda's basically left it up for the market to decide how much pressure is applied to the spread. So the risk control that had previously existed with the Bank of Japan's guarantee of yield curve control policy is now gone. It's a loose reference. They're going to nimbly act. That means they're not going to do shit. But Japan was basically the last stable fiat still running a ZERP-esque monetary policy. So everyone fled there. Now it's going away. Yes. Well, moderately stable. I think so, Heath. Are you okay? How's your GME doing, man? The wheels on the bus go, Jesus fucking Christ, stop with the VIX already. It's not that bad. Do you view the pushing of USD JPY to exhaust the BOJ's buffer as inevitable? I think the BOJ is not going to do shit. I think they're just going to remove the yield curve control and let the market decide their rate. And then they never have to deal with the confrontation, right? But it doesn't matter because the protection of the rate cap is gone. So the risk in that position is now infinite. Is it insane? I don't think so. It seems like the best way to change policy in a country that would be resistant to changes in monetary policy. So you're getting free money from Japan, and when money from Japan is no longer free, there's no more free money anywhere then. Now you got it. And then, what happens to credit? No, crunch. Did the mic not pick that up? Crunch. It's the last time I try to be a YouTuber. So they're not going to peg the dollar, they'll let the market peg to the dollar. It appears that way. Remember the last time that the YCC increased by 0.5 in August? On that fateful day? Well, now we're 10% lower on the SPX. Credit conditions have tightened significantly, right? But not significantly enough. And now they've uncapped it. All of them lost your gun. Every single bank with UST at, you know, 2, 3, 4%, right? Every hold to maturity security they can muster. That's why Buffett went long the Japanese exchanges, right? Because Japan is driving all the velocity in the M2 supply. And when that velocity comes screeching to a halt, it's going to get pretty wild. Are you saying all of this to make fun of my put entries? I mean, yes. If I buy puts at 21 June 2024, when we get over 4,200, will I have trouble selling them if we go to 4,100 next week for profit? If you're looking at the AM expiry, you'll probably have a lot more liquidity than you will in the PM expiry. So the SPX versus the XPXW. The SPX chain or the AM expiries should have a lot more liquidity that far out. All I hear is volatility and bond and forex markets, which is historically great for everyone. Yeah, that doesn't present any additional risk. Meanwhile, the market's barely pricing in any risk at all, right? Buffett is a stock god. Yes, he is. Yeah. Fucking dude's like 93 years old and he's making better plays than all of Wall Street. I know you say this all, but we're green yesterday and green today. So maybe the market doesn't know Japan exists. Uh how make rich from Wall Street greed? You could short Japanese bonds, you could go long yen, you can go short SPX, you could go long VIX. You could go short Nikkei. But you need time. Nice, Parth. A lot of people aren't aware of this. I mean, so more people become aware of it and the trade gets overcrowded, right? Nomura's got an ETF, like a 10-year JGB ETF. As far as instruments go, futures are probably best. Buffett runs an insurance company disguised as a fund. When his stocks don't do good, he just sells more policies. One hand offsets the other. His stocks always do good, though. I mean, he's had very, very few down years. So yeah, he has protection with the float from the insurance company, but most of it just gets reinvested, right? It just adds to his leverage. When you hedge with futures, do you buy the contracts or options on the contracts? Um, it depends. Usually the contracts, but sometimes options on them. It depends on what time frame I'm hedging. Shorter dated time frames, I'm gonna get the options because they're more volatile. TDA doesn't have access to non-US equities. Sounds like you need another broker. IBKR? You can get Nikkei futures on TDA, right? Yen futures, Nikkei futures. I feel like that's more than enough exposure. I don't know how many instruments you need, but Topex? 4150 is still possible today? I mean, if this gets rugged, sure. What if JPOW's dovish? I mean, we could hit 4200 today. I'd expect them to pump it today in advance of the decision, right? If they intend to risk off whatever they can at the 4200 level. It would be much better to get it there before any announcement from the Fed than afterwards. Yeah, I would say IBKR. There is Nomura has a JGB 10-year ETF, which is the closest thing you're gonna get to TLT for JGBs. I think it's called like JPX or something like that. That's not it. I'll have to find it. Give me a second. Yeah, they have a short JGB fund. Next fund's JPX. $25.10.T. Mm, that's not the right one. Let's see if I can find it on TradingView. Oh, it's 2510 on TSE. So you'd have to use like IBKR or something. I thought they had a US ticker, but they don't. Yeah, I can't find one. Do they have calls to ramp it up to 4200? Up to like 4195. Are you bullish into the end of the day here, or think this starts to break down? It's a pretty good question, I guess. 85 presents some resistance, and clearing 80 has been tough. But if they can stabilize here and get a base for another pump, we can test 4,200. I don't know how long we'll stay at 4,200. I don't know if that's going to like lead to immediate de-risking and this is going to collapse, or they're going to try to stabilize there and de-risk as long as possible. I would imagine stabilizing there would be to their advantage, but do you think CrowdStrike's going to trade sideways the rest of the day? Yeah, I kind of do. That's why I said last night that I wanted to wait and see what like the momentum was going to look like, because it doesn't look great. Sometimes CrowdStrike starts moving and it moves really, really fast. Other times it can kind of stall out, and I don't want to like overexpose myself on short dated positions if it's going to take a while to break up. I go long health insurance. They're now just now getting the opportunity to cash in on inflation since plans adjust once a year. We have 20K employees and costs is up $80 a month. I've been looking at healthcare. I expect that that'll be like healthcare costs are gonna be a more significant part of inflation for 2024 too. Because right now they're pretty low as far as their like, overall weighting on CPI. I think that'll turn into more of an inflationary pressure. So I've been looking a little bit, but I don't know that much about the industry. So I've just been looking at the financials mostly. You don't want to go long life insurance companies from your friendly actuary. Thanks, Tegrity. No, I was just looking at health, not life. Seems like after 4 trading days they wouldn't care. Probably not, but there may be like a psychological drive to try to push it there. I think if we hit 4,200 we close it anyway, right? Or almost. Yeah, no, if we hit 4,200 we close it anyway, so it doesn't matter. How's VIX going down this much before an FOMC meeting? Effort. Also, the expectations kind of baked in, right? So VIX shouldn't be rising that much because there's not a lot of uncertainty surrounding it. Which makes it all the more impactful if JPOW actually does something. I know. Yeah, it's very unlikely he does anything. What's your deal with SoFi? I don't care about SoFi at all. I think they're a shit company. I have no interest in playing them. Why do I keep getting asked about it? Is it because I sold fucking in the money CCs on it last week? That was just yields. This is like income generation. Jolts can have an impact. I mean, if the labor market's still strong, it's going to mean the Fed can do more, right? All the data is just telling us, so far, all of the data has just been telling us that the Fed's open to do whatever the fuck they want as far as rates are concerned. I feel like there's just been a significant uptick in questions about SoFi, and I want to put that to rest. I don't like them. I think they're horribly managed, and I don't care how much money they make off student loans. Also, who the fuck buys a bank that doesn't have a dividend? Is JPow's lack of action due to bribes and future employment? Probably not wanting to be solely responsible for crashing the market. I don't like a firm at all. Just up. Literally the thing I told you. Popcorn trader, you can't complain about the market direction when I told you what direction the market's gonna go. Yes, I can, and I will. Alright, fair. I can't argue with that logic. That's pretty fucking sustainable. Alright. I need to buy. Hmm. How fucked are my 11, 15, 4100 Ps? Thinking if I should take my huge loss now or hold on for hope. Why does nobody ever close their shit or hedge it? You should have hedged it or closed it way the fuck before now. The market can move right back to 4100 tomorrow, but it doesn't matter. You still should have managed the position. You can't just buy shit and hope it prints. Mix is almost at the same level I bought my December puts, roughly 500 BPS higher on SPX. Yeah, Mix is getting shorted hard today. Do you think the rug pull potential is pretty low before end of day? Not necessarily. I mean, a lot of this move is just backed up by like short dated calls, right? So no, and there's not even a lot of them. Like if this fails here, right, and loses 4180, we could fall all the way back into the 60s again. About more than a week of theta on crowd, just in case it's a slow to move. Was that bad? I know I actually want theta decay if we move up, but I want to make sure we're in the range first. I mean, it's in the range, but yeah, I mean, probably okay to have some theta. I got some this morning, like for this Friday, but it isn't moving very fast. So I've held off on buying more with more theta. I want to confirm the bounce, right? Does Jimmy being up 5.5% have anything to do with how its tips are looking? It shouldn't. They're price agnostic, so no. But we're getting close to the ETF FTD period, so we may see XRT pulled off reg show soon. Well, then you have to, I mean, you took on a huge risk, board gamer, right? By not hedging. And if you'd hedged out even out of the money, you'd be up right now from our low Friday. Even if you bought like 41.75s for pennies on the dollar, you'd be up dramatically right now, right? So there's no excuse not to hedge the upside on these highly volatile downside moves. But with that said, you need to do something about it now. We're very near the top end of the range, so you can either you can try to hedge the rest of the upside potential, which is only really up to like 4200 before the call side kind of runs out of steam, and then hope they're able to pump higher, or hope the Fed reiterates their higher for longer stance tomorrow and we start dropping back down again on the top end of the curve moving up. Or Apple shits the bed on earnings. JPEG's not going to turn the printer back on. Can you explain how what Japan is doing is driving the velocity of the M2 supply? Thank you, love you. Yeah, so if US banks are taking their, hold to maturity securities, which are worthless here, right? And collateralizing them with Bank of Japan or Japanese banks, right? And then leveraging them up, then redistributing through their subsidiaries back into the US. And think about that for every dollar loaned, it has to go through. And so instead of just bank to lendee or borrower, every transaction has to go through this process first. And this massively accelerates the M2 velocity. All right, I know you were doing good earlier, like towards the end of last week, so it sucks seeing you underwater now. Bored. What's the Treasury announcing tomorrow in the PM? We have ADP and Jolts. Then we have ISM tomorrow. All of those are a big deal. But I didn't know there was a Treasury announcement tomorrow. I thought Yellen already. Treasury refunding announcement. I thought Yellen already announced that. Tesla bouncing back over 200. Do you think selling spreads is smart if it starts to move up quick? I don't think selling spreads on Tesla is very smart. Which side? I don't think selling spreads on Tesla in this range is very smart. It's either going to get a reject into a continuation to the downside, or it'll break out, and if it breaks out, it can move up to like 220. So whatever spreads you sold on either side of that could be really not worth the risk reward. It's the black tar heroin of the financial system. That's just incentivized. But yeah. This run have legs to about 41.95 if we can get past resistance here. Yeah, it does. Oh, okay. So she hasn't given the specifics on it yet. I think the assumption right now is she's still gonna lean on short dated. When my hedge starts to print, when we start getting to the peak, I have a tendency to close out some of my main position when I should be closing my hedge. That's backwards. Okay. I'm orange, like a pumpkin. Am I not orange enough? Maybe I can make this more orange. I thought I had a very good pumpkin color going. Hmm. Nope. There we go. You're more Jersey Shore pumpkin spice than a true pumpkin. I will ban you in a fucking heartbeat taking off Friday. You're supposed to be taking off today. You said you were taking off Tuesday. You're a fucking liar. Can't make my eyes light up. That's not a setting. It doesn't want to reject. It wants to pump higher. You think they spent all this money not to de-risk their billions in underwater sold puts, but to print your shitty zero DTE out of the money puts? No. Not hiking isn't bullish. The federal funds rate is still at fucking. The federal funds rate is still at 5.33, right? Do you see us opening low tomorrow? I have no idea. There's a lot of data in the pre-market tomorrow. It's probably going to be pretty volatile and also data dependent. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Vega like VIX below 15 again. At least not anytime soon. If we do, though, I'll add more Vega positions. VIX below 15 is going to happen today at this rate. This isn't even that bad. We've seen VIX get shorted way harder than this. I mean, it did, but that changes. We opened lower today, and then we went up because people bought calls. You can't predict where people are going to buy shit. All I can do is tell you what's there, right? Your end of week's thoughts have not changed much, right? No, I don't expect the Fed to change their narrative. I'd map, put entries, and close my call hedge too early. Well, it's not a very good hedge once you've closed it. You know, that's a lot of sass. I don't appreciate it. I just want to rant. I'm not in a solutions phase yet. Alright, fair enough. Is it worth entering or averaging down Vega positions now if it's a small position? Possibly. I mean, Vol can pick up after the Fed meeting. Here's the thing with this Fed meeting. If JPOW doesn't raise rates, right, then it creates a window of opportunity following the meeting into the next meeting where the Fed projections have yet to account for the price in oil increasing, right? So the last dot plot that came in wasn't factoring in higher inflation. It was factoring in the continued rate of decline in inflation that we'd been seeing up to that point. But now we have more inflationary pressure, but we won't see that in the Fed's projection until the next meeting in what, January? And so he needs to either be really, really hawkish or he needs to raise rates because he's going to need to make it clear over the next, 45 days or so that the Fed isn't changing their policy or backing down from it. They're not going to accept a higher base rate, like all the things he usually says, but he may have to do a little more than that. Or he needs to increase the amount of quantitative tightening they're doing. If he's unable to do that, and the market can ignore him for a little bit, well, we know what happens when the market gets to ignore the Fed. Is it a big FTD day for GME? No, it's just still liquid and the market's going up. And the market's going up on like pretty decent volume. Hasn't it been ignoring the Fed? Yeah. That kind of changed in September. What he really needs to say is that there are likely, and he said it a little bit in that luncheon he did, but he really needs to address that there are likely to be more than one rate increases in the future. Because there are. I mean, it's pretty obvious at this point that the Fed is going to need to go substantially higher than 5.33. Yes, it can get hung up on 41.95, and it may never break 4,200. I mean, 4,200 is resistance. The VIX short over the past 2 days has been very aggressive. It's not the most aggressive we've seen. VIX was also high at the beginning of it, right? VIX is still high. But no, this isn't like unusual behavior for VIX. If anything, this behavior in the VIX is healthier than it just sitting at 13 for weeks on end. Inflation rates and corporate greed are not the same thing, McConnor Berry. I was told there was a bear hat. There was a bear costume earlier. I briefly put it on. Also, who's snitching? GME tips? Not doing much. Why is candy corn your favorite Halloween candy? It's not. It's not chopping, it's been going up. It's doing the exact same shit it did yesterday in a slightly higher range. Which I told everyone earlier when it was doing the exact same shit as yesterday. Wow, I told everyone like here. And I was like, oh, they're going to try to push it into the end of the day and squeeze out the accumulated short calls, which is what they're trying to do now. And here they are, pushing into the end of the day to squeeze out the accumulated short calls. You fucking close it before you get assigned. I mean, you don't care if you get assigned and you're profitable, right? Like if you get assigned on a Thursday, and like you're really not going to give a shit on, you know, your pin risk, because you just sell the fucking whatever you get assigned on or exercise the opposing leg, right? But you can close them. Closing them keeps you from being assigned. Ooh, do they have peeps for Halloween? I thought that they only cursed people with that shitty candy on Easter. Cat shouldn't even be going down. They kicked ass on earnings. People are just sad about China. Yeah, there's some kids in the building. I don't know if they'll trick or treat. Probably not. Just diabetes suppositories. Trash. What if JPOW does 0.125? Ridiculous. God, we're fucking 10% down from August. We've moved up like 200 basis points from our low in a day and a half, and everyone's acting like we're in a fucking new bull market or something. The bulls have been de-risking every level on the way up. Why would they de-risk it if they thought that the price was going to go higher? They'd just leave it there, right? They wouldn't close any of their fucking puts. They'd be like, oh, we're going to pump this to 4,500, and they wouldn't close a fucking thing. You don't get bulls risk off positioning when they think the fucking market is going to go up. I mean, how does that not? That's just common sense, right? You guys don't even close your puts when the market's going in the direction you want it to, or in the opposite direction. They're actively closing massive positions of short delta, well, long delta, right? You can't close options. Yes, you can, popcorn trader. My broker closes me when they expire. Uh, you're supposed to close options? I just figured out one of my trading problems. Oh, god damn it. How much of what happens here is an act? Well, I don't know. Some percentage. Don't understand. Everyone actually really good and profitable trading, but act like they aren't. I think the majority of people are surviving. Some are completely serious, and some are profitable. Up then down, then start over. My adjustable risk rate conflicts with the closing of options. Joke's on you, we're all bored trillionaires. Makes sense. Okay, but like, this is what needs to stop fucking happening. Alright? Everyone's like, oh my god, market's gonna go down. Everyone gets into puts. Market goes down 400 fucking BPS. Stays there for a while. Then has a small recovery. And then here, those same people are like, fuck, I'm financially ruined. This is the problem that I want to address. I don't want this. This should never be happening. I'm not making it sound too easy. This is literally how easy it is. Buy put, sell put, or hedge put. Profit through this whole ordeal. Even if you just had one put, Dork. As a matter of fact, you made money on your put, and it was like 1,000 BPS out of the money. What you went into, to be fair, so you went into a weekend with a profitable position and no fucking hedge. How much fairness do you want me to allocate? Those are risky. And I don't mostly buy them. Don't sell your options, guys. He's trying to trick you on Halloween. Diamond hands, baby. What the fuck? Is this thing about to get rugged? I don't know, maybe? How we looking, Dorcas? Eh, not rugged. Flat-ish. Yeah. Looks like downish, down and flattish. Boring down is what this looks like right now. Maybe back to like 80. Maybe not even back to 80. That's kind of tempting. There's no fucking secret SoFi DD. Don't tell people that. SoFi's a bag of shit. No, I don't have any December 15 XPX options. That's a lot of theta. Okay, so what if you only didn't hedge because you forgot and then went and got chips and salsa? Then the only thing you have to I mean, you know, trading is very there's no one you can blame but yourself. I don't know if Farmville survived or not. Probably. We've already been over his cockroach like tendencies. He's already got more leverage on the line through his mom. Can you draw an "it's that easy" diagram for people who buy options before the Fed decision and lose money? Yeah, I can. So moving into the Fed decision, people are like, "I'm a straddle," and they build a straddle, and then when the rate decision releases, the market spikes, and then it's coming down really fast, and they're like, "Oh shit," and they sell their calls, right? Basically where they bought them. Um, then it levels off, bounces a little, then they sell their puts, buy calls, then it drops, then they close the calls, then it bounces back up again, fails, and trades into the end of the day flat. That's exactly how I traded several Fed decisions in the past. Then they come into the Billionaires chat at the end of the day and they're like, "My port's gone." And then people will give him hugs, little like hug guy emoji. And then life goes on. Accurate, yeah. How does an underwater cover call expire worthless? It doesn't. You usually would have your shares exercised. Do the popcorn strat? Oh, popcorn's easy. So market's trading, does something like this, buys puts, market bounces, still has puts, market drops again, buys more puts, market bounces again. Gurk, how could you do this to me? Somewhere in here he might buy calls on CERN. First of all, rude. Second of all, how could you do this to me? Is this de-risking? It's not a substantial amount of it if it is. It's spooky how frequently you graph out 90% of our trades. Maybe this is why we always want to inverse ourselves. It's just beginner shit. Like, overholding is... I get it. You guys all came from GME, right? So it's ingrained, but really it's just succumbing to greed, right? You feel that you deserve more than the returns that you've already received, and so you hold until you receive nothing. What do you think about Apple earnings? I mean, Apple themselves said that this quarter wasn't going to be very good. So, and that was with half the information available for the quarter, right? Diamond hands, baby. Oh, God. Am I overholding 4190s now? I don't know. Yeah, PDT sucks. But you have to do something about it then, right? Even with PDT, you can lock in some of your profitability. Slow down right now. May recover here in a little bit. Maybe I'm thinking like 80 or just above 80. We'll see if we keep seeing interest. Ooh, that's bearish. Bigger bear. Hmm. That was a lot of put buying. A lot of call selling. Call selling, put buying. Is that profit taking or short calls? May not be enough. If they fail to secure 4180, are downs possible? Yes. Usually when we get these distributive periods at the upper resistance, we get some volatility on the back end of the drop as they go back to grab the remaining positioning. I sent my brother your buy low, sell high rant. If it's green, sell the fuck out of it. Priceless. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it depends. Like Fed decisions have gotten Fed decisions have gotten less volatile over time, right? As you know, the market becomes more confident in its assessment of what the Fed is going to do, and the Fed continues to not surprise, then the volatility surrounding the event declines. But there's still some profitability in trading straddles on it. But generally, yeah, I sell the upside move and then wait and sell the downside move. But I'm okay with just making a little bit of money on it, right? What everyone who buys a straddle before the Fed meeting really wants is they want to top tick, the initial move. Then they want to capture the continuation. And this is where it kind of all falls apart, right? Instead of just, you know, taking the up and the down and walking away. They want that end of day, the juice. You know, they want to capture the big move with the same position. And so they usually end up getting shaken out of it on the initial volatility, or they end up holding the wrong side because the market decided not to move in their favor, right? Like the Fed meeting could be bearish as fuck or hawkish as fuck, right? And the market could move up because bulls need to risk off. So assuming it's like taking that assumption and not just taking like what the market gives you and trying to extrapolate the market direction from the macroeconomic data is a huge mistake. And it happens all the time. I mean, you see people, you'll see a lot of people in chat that are like, oh man, this data was really bearish. Why are we up? And I mean, generally on SPX, if something really bad comes out, like Japan's decision last night, the market's reaction, since everyone is generally positioned on indexes bullishly, is usually up because you're going to get risk off, right? So you're going to get a bunch of investors that are getting spooked out, trying to capture their positioning and close everything at as little of a loss as possible. And that's why, I mean, that's part of the reason I thought we would move up into the early part of this week. And that's why I projected that over the weekend, right? We were pretty oversold. The bulls managed to defend 4100 into the end of the week last week, so you know, and positionally it made sense that they would try to risk off and reposition their short puts lower before, you know, letting the market fall again. And you know, we've seen vol shorts pretty much in absolute control of SPX price action for quite some time now. Like this whole way down has just been stair stepping from one risk level to the next. And I mean, it's really profitable, right? Because if you buy long dated puts and they're still risking off, your puts are going to print, right? Why is TUP so up? Russell's running hard today, right? Yeah, Russell's having a good day. It's up like 80 basis points almost. There's a number of reasons for the dump into the end of the week that we've been experiencing. But yeah, I mean, I think we can still fall into the end of this week. I think bears need to reposition. They need to buy longer dated puts, and shorting VIX lets them do that. How else would B of A go an entire quarter without a single losing trade if they couldn't control vol? Exactly. I tried to buy a 0 DTE 4180p and accidentally bought a 30 DTE. Well, that's not that bad. Did you just tag me as pickle fuck? I think I'm finally figuring it out. I want SPX at 4400, VIX at 12. That's not going to happen either, right? If bulls that are in control of the price action on the market thought that was going to happen, they'd be selling 4200s right now, not trying to de-risk them. Meta's getting sued every day right now. Yeah, this might be the bottom of the down push here. Looks like they've stabilized against the long call capitulation. Ooh. One second. I think they gun it for 4,200 end a day. They are this close. I don't see why not. Margin calls don't actually occur on the phone, Carl. Well, that depends on how large of an overnight move there is, Ghost of Unidan. Um, at a certain point, you'll hit your break even, and above that break even, your position will pay for the opposing leg that is lost. But generally speaking, you would close one leg. See, the problem is you're treating overnight straddles as one two-legged position instead of two separate legs. I mean, if say you get a big overnight downside move, right? So you straddle, then overnight market drops 60 BPS, right? So the market's opening oversold. Any puts that held overnight are going to start closing, right? Especially like one DTE. So you close the short leg or the put. Let's say put. That's better. Then you wait for the market to recover from the overnight drop a little bit. Maybe it doesn't recover all the way, right? And then starts to turn around here and get more bearish. You can sell your call here, and then you add the spread to your profit, right? Or, some days the market just keeps going up and it goes back to the upside, right? And then if you continue to hold your call through this, then you can sell your call at a profit as well. But if you're just going to play them traditionally, your yields are capped. You're gonna be capped to the overnight move. Mm. Yeah, I don't. I'm not sure I trust another pump here. Yeah, crowd's taken off a little bit. Those are fine. What the fuck? Mm. What the fuck? All right. What's up, popcorn? Buying the dips. Plenty of time for Netflix to do good later, too. Didn't you buy Leaps? Stabilize between 80 and 90? I don't know if this can handle another sell-off. Okay, that was pretty good. Alright, out of day trades. I hate this account. Tesla 100 by February? I don't know. Tesla 100 eventually. Let's say last Monday I had a $300 port. Then last Friday I made it into an $1,100 port. And now today I'm sitting on a $400 port. Would I still be winning? I don't feel like a winner. No, because you blew up 50% of your port. Or, well, 60%. I promise if SPX goes back to 4120, I'll sell my 4120 November 17, and that's Scout's honor. What are you going to do with it until then? If we don't hit 4100 by December, I'm going to be a sad popcorn. Fair enough. What if you hedge the upside and then we just go up? So you bought puts last night, Dan, and you want to blame me because I told you the positioning for today was bearish. Why didn't you sell them in the pre-market when the index was down? Why didn't you sell them at market open when the index opened flat? Why didn't you sell them at the beginning of the day when we dropped to 4150, which was below yesterday's close? Then why didn't you sell them when we bounced back from 4150 to 4170? Bet you can't do this for another hour. I bet you I can. Because I woke up at 9:36, Gork, be a little fair. With options? Unhedged options in your account? You should tell people not to hedge, then they probably will. Maybe. I love when the shaming begins. I'm just trying to understand. Like, not only was there a period of profitability in the Globex session, right? There was a period of profitability after market open. Then there was a period where you could have just closed flat without taking a loss. Then there was a period where you could have closed and just taken a small loss. And then there's now where a put bought last night would be deeply underwater. And I'm trying to figure out how that fucking put survived all that shit. And it's still in his fucking account. I don't blame you for the price action, but I do blame Dork. That's fair. Yeah, I have no problem with that. His put, I didn't hear no bell. It's gonna. You timed him out for that. Positions with theta are just more expensive positions, right? So if you're not hedging them, you're even more at fault. Something about carry trade, BOJ, hedgies are fuck. Okay. But that all happened. We pumped the day after the BOJ decision last time, too. Again, buying puts on macroeconomic data and expecting immediate returns. But I'm not going to cover that again. I already went over that. We're following the price action predictions from you and the quants this week. Yeah. For the most part. Well, now he's just not responding, which takes all the fun out of this. Looked really cute in your costume earlier. That made my day. Thanks, man. Dork, you can't time out everyone who blames you for the market price action. If I did that, there'd be no one here. Never argue positions with someone who has the whole trading day memorized. But Gherkin, tell me the SPX top to the penny or I can't make money. I feel like those people aren't going to make money either way. Even if I tell them the top, they're going to lose money. I've done it before. I've had predictions that were like to the candle accurate for the day. And people are like, I fucking lost money. It's usually people's own fault. You're going to enter a position with tight risk and it stops out before it could have printed big later. Then you entered at the wrong time. The answer to that is not to not have stops. The answer to that is to get better at your entries. Big green candle or double top? That's a good question. Could be either one. I feel like this fails here. Get better at your entries. Where's the school of stock video for that? Fuck you, Atomic. My hedge is time. That's not a hedge. That's just something you paid for. It reduces risk, and it can offset some, you know, moderate price action, but you've already paid up front for that extra time. You also paid up front for delta and gamma and vega, right? You need to hedge those. I don't have a risk tolerance. Yes, 100% risk. I don't know what those are. This is the perfect day for your amazing power hour video. And yeah.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Seems like a good place to sell. Fuck you, actual Dan. Why didn't you sell them when you were profitable earlier? If you want to sell them at the top, I don't give a shit. You said you bought them at close yesterday. We opened and dropped below close. They were profitable during the Globex session when we were down 40 BPS. They were break even several times today, I assume. Would you just buy like $50 out of the money puts? You just deserve to lose your money. They were. Why the fuck did you buy puts on Dow? When did I ever discuss Dow? Dow's barely up today. Oh, you fucking. It was precisely 14 months ago. You were talking about not shorting cat, and you said short Dow instead. When did I say to short cat? Someone asked me about cat yesterday, and I said they have earnings. I wouldn't touch it. Why don't we finish today first, Popcorn? Any end of day predictions? I'm not sure if this is gonna break down or up. Rejecting off of 95 is not exactly good, but if we don't lose 80, it doesn't matter, right? We'll just try to pump it again. Tempting to buy November puts, but I'm waiting till JPOW. Smart. Patience? You mean you don't need to overexpose yourself immediately to the market? Do you guys know what the naked man is? There's an expiry date on blaming gherkin. The moment you're old enough to take the Bips wheel, responsibility lies with you. JKR. I mean, my prediction for today wasn't even wrong. I said, while we remain pretty data dependent this week bulls are still fighting an uphill battle. Previously, this was easier. There was little resistance to pumping, and there was substantially more upside liquidity. Robbed of those advantages, bulls need to butt their way through resistance, and that is something we saw them fail to do at 4180 today. Even though they have tried very hard, I expect the YCC data will have some effects on yields over time, but outside of tonight's gap higher on the Japan 10-year, the continued effects will probably be realized over time. Man, I was really tired. Both in UST yields and dollar strength. With vol ticking back up overnight and more significant data in the pre-market, we can really see things swing either way. I think the 4150 and 4125 levels are critical to downside continuation and higher VIX, whereas the bulls really need to regain 4200 to get any strong foothold. Watch for upside pumps into de-risking as we saw today. With news out of Japan and FOMC around the corner, I still expect a staunch defense of Vega risk, and any large upside swing could be met with rapid sell-offs. You fucking goddamn it. You made all that up just now? No, I published that last night at 2:20 a.m. It's not even been edited. You're a fake screenshot, Carl. You're in a different time zone. So you had an extra hour with the information. That's all you're saying. J-Roll's copying that word for word. I know. Oh, Jesus. What do we got, Dork? The Bulls standing up here on their house of toothpicks. How low do you think Apple will take us? Their earnings are Thursday. There's a pump and dump into FOMC. Changed my mind. I don't even disagree. Are we in Mexico City Friday through Wednesday? Doctors Without Borders. Nice. I don't know if you're allowed to trade. Are you gonna have internet? Did you write in that time travel document you just showed that SPX would be like 4150 by end of day by chance? Highly unlikely. What do you think the RNG chances are of a return to 85? I don't think a return to 85 is out of the question, but they're probably going to try to hold it here as much as they can. We're kind of at the upside resistance of the ES trend. Actually, we rejected off of it. We'll just add it. Maybe, but back to 150 is tough. Let me see where there's puts, if any. Almost all of the interest right now is just centered around 4,200 for today. Everything else is like being hedged off and flat. I guess if bears really wanted to be dicks, they could come in here and sell a bunch of futures and knock this down $30. So give return. Should I watch my favorite Disney Halloween movie sequel, Return to Witch Mountain? Isn't Return to Witch Mountain just the only? Is there just a movie called Witch Mountain? I'm gonna DM you one of the best cards you've ever seen in like an hour. Awesome. I didn't, Potato Tom. Witch Mountain, the prequel. Is Blair Witch Project any good? No. It's a bad movie. Not only is it a bad movie, watching it is nauseating. It's like watching a horror film filmed by an epileptic 5-year-old. There is a prequel, Escape to Witch Mountain. Where did they escape from? Is there a prequel to that? The prequel to that was That Mountain. Are you posting on Wall Street Bets? No, why? Every time I try to post there, they delete my shit. Doesn't matter what it's about. I'm trying to give them phenomenal upstart DD. They could have made a shitload of money. Nope. They could have already been well on their way to like Super Stonk Part 2 off of Upstart. Confirmed reports that Gary Gensler is in fact out trick-or-treating, and FTD data will be delayed until he gets a sufficient sized bag with candy that he likes. Alright. Yeah, it could have been called Upstonk. You're right, Jason. That would have been a great name for it. I heard through the grapevine that you're bearish. Yeah. Are you selling CC on the Jimmy? Real talk. I have some out. They expire tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But they're really not worth anything right now. I was going to sell some more today. I don't know. What's up stock with you, dog? Close them and we moon. You know you're the Jimmy market. No, I'm not. How do you decide which risk to sell? Gamma max? I mean, not when we're this low. Maybe like delta neutral. I listened to your advice and bought Dow puts. Now what? Well, you're going to lose all your money. And now you'll never beat me quarter over quarter. Get wrecked, nerd. I put it in the daily DD, man. It's not his money, it's his clients. Uh, but then it becomes his for services rendered. Are you developing photos? No. Why? I'm orange. Not red. It's not red light. Fuck you, it's orange. This piece of shit gonna break down yet? I would like to close at 41.70, please. Popcorn Trader told me you were responsible for the price in the market. Just another 58% to go. And my CSP won't be assigned. Is Popcorn trading as unborn child's 529? What 529? $41.15 look pretty good for the week from here. I got them via SPXU. 41.15. I'm gonna need a lot of downside. It's possible. Jimmy's not off the charts. Nice try. I need to test a theory. Can you change your lighting to green? It's orange. It's not red. I have a meeting in 15 minutes where I have to take responsibility for actions that are clearly my fault. How do I deflect? Blame the most popular guy in the room. My kid's not going to college. Did the 70-80 spread die or did you get stopped out? No, it's right there. I bought that to hedge off the 85s, the 80-85 call ones, just in case it dropped. I'm only mad because TLT intraday low somehow equals market intraday high. Interesting. Ooh, I get to see tomorrow's. We got call walls at 80, 65, 50. Calls to the upside through 4,200. Quite a lot of puts at 75, 70, and 90. Interesting. Looks like I should be bullish on the upside into close today. Do I hear red linear cherry switches in your keyboard? They're blues. Cover calls on Fidelity confuse me. They have a video on it. Did you end up cutting your Netflix spreads? No, they're for like next month. Well, 2 weeks. Same shit. Could you ask CBOE to open a chain for Express? I would also love that to happen. It was a guess, but it would have made me look like the Michael Burry of keyboard switches if I was right. It would have. Do you think Docu has found its bottom for the year or forever? No. No, I think it could drop more. It might run before it does, but it could definitely drop more. What's your support number to call in if I can't figure this out? I'm sure you have your own support number to call. Is it that you lost your password again? It's saying something about insufficient balance for oil derivatives. Good. Might we see downside in mortgage insurance companies as credit markets start to get more shaken up? Huh. That could be a while. That might be quite a while, actually. I didn't give you individually a commercial popcorn trader. If I could do that, I would troll people so hard. Are we crashing tomorrow? Probably not. We have an FOMC meeting tomorrow. Goldman midday update. Our floor is 95 BPS. Better to buy. Hedge fund flows are balanced. Demand is most concentrated in infotech, covering pockets of semis on weakness, some long buying broadly in mega caps, versus net supply and comm services. Huh. Short ratios are running at around 50%. Long onlys are plus 2-3. Sector level skews are benign. Macro products, comm services, industrials versus supply and utility and materials. Huh. Hmm. You think JPEG is going as a red candle or a green candle for Halloween? I assume a toga. I've been sitting here waiting so patiently for a decent put entry. To no avail, just doing nothing and fucking off at work, as it turns out. Fair. We're going to close above 4190 and below 4200 because that's where my lotto tickets don't pay out. All right. We're getting ready for a big push into close. I'm thinking we see a little dump here first, actually. I don't know how much of one. We're starting to get a little one. New collar set up. Okay. Do you know what strikes? I'll write that one down. I usually have like the little ones written down somewhere. 4420. 3960? Huh. Rough. Starting to build a lot of resistance to the upside. Uh, does Tesla still look like a piece of garbage after today? You mean it's 1.7% recovery at the tail end of its was it like 25% drop? Yes. Yes, it does. I'm not, but you can. 4,200 possible or just 41.95? No, I think 4,200's not out of the question. There's definitely enough interest in 4,200. That doesn't make any sense. All right. Jimmy possible back above 16 in the next few days, weeks. I think more likely from November 3rd through 9th. or November OPEX, but sure. Not enough time for 4,200? Yes, there is. It's unlikely, but there's definitely enough time. But Strike has the most pull. Actually, I think 85 does. Like 80, 85, 80. Well, closed Bears get a slight win below 80. All the major banks saying no rate hike. There probably won't be a rate hike. Yeah, Netflix getting a little pump here. $10 left. Try to keep the 90 in the money. 90 even bullish though? Hmm. Not there, it isn't. 95 kind of is. Let's see what happens, I guess. I would do Janet Yellen. Your willingness to sacrifice yourself will be noted. With Israel and Japan's decision, it's probably not in the best interest to hike, right? I mean, geopolitical conflict could incentivize hiking because it can cause unforeseen supply chain disruption. I've been meetings all day. Is there any news on GME being up 90 cents? No, it's fucking 90 cents. I just realized ES filled an upside gap today. It didn't fill it, I don't think. Did we fill, we didn't fill all of it, did we? Oh no, we did. Yeah. Huh. I thought that would have been a little higher on SPX. Yeah, I guess it's about right. Futures do dumpies into close. Ooh, maybe. I was mocked for asking about the gap last week as well because it's still not relevant. It's old as shit. It's like 4 days ago, and the market dropped like 300 BPS afterwards. Why does everyone think the market maker is just going to keep that shit rolling on their books? It's a stupid theory. Would it be closing tomorrow? And will you be correct? Parlaying something over here. I don't know where we're going to close tomorrow. Nice one, Pigeon Teeth. If we can gap up or down $10, that would be cool. Probably close right here. Fail? Or still not $10 though. 41.91. Just destroy everybody buying a straddle. Top bounced off. Oh god, gross. Close at 41.89.90. Adjust to 41.90.01 after close. That's even worse. $41.95. See, that'd be a weird fucking level to close at. Three more minutes. Hmm. What about the color? They moved the new one to 44.20 40 39.60. The the small, well, the medium sized one. With SAX closing with three consecutive red months, how long until a general correction could truly start? We're, I mean, kind of in a general correction or bordering on one. TLT rocketing down into close. Yeah, yields are finally green on the day. Took long enough, but they are. The macro looks so bad. You mean to say we just had a correction? Touched it. Ding ding. 41.93.77. That'll probably adjust, but we got futures continuing to sell off into close. It's starting to confirm a rejection at the upper trend of this bear flag here. It's interesting. We'll see how markets react overnight. The 30 and 20, 10 and 5, all now green on the day. From their start this morning at like negative 200 BPS. I would say that the climb in yields today has been moderately impressive, as has the climb in Dixie, up 50 BPS. USD JPY up 169 BPS at 151.57. So some pretty serious pressure there. We see correlation turning back down to the prior high. Not quite there yet, but getting kind of close. 3-month correlations dipped a little harder. Volatility is not in backwardation now. So we may continue to see that pressured tomorrow. That may pick back and move towards positive overnight. And I would say with credit spreads widening and dollar going up, that this situation probably won't last very long. Bond volatility, I don't think we have a print yet for today. No, we don't. Or do we? Is that today's value? Oh, we do. Okay, so bond volatility kind of flat today. Yeah, flat on the day. With correlation down, market up. And VIX correlation is still plummeting. VIX and VIX futures correlation is still plummeting. Big performer today was RSP up 83 BPS, despite Nasdaq only gaining 40. The S&P gained 53 basis points on the day. The Russell outperformed everything at plus 80, and the Dow kind of held up at 28. I think some stability in this range is desirable into the FOMC meeting. And then if the FOMC meeting is going to be hawkish and JPOW is going to reiterate the Fed's current stance of higher for longer, we're likely to see yields move up again back to towards the prior high. Also tomorrow, Yellen is going to be giving out the duration and I believe the schedule for the next or the rest of this quarter and next quarter's treasury offerings. So we'll be looking out for that tomorrow. We also have a ton of data in the pre-market tomorrow. We have let's see. So we have a 5-year gilt auction out of England that's going to affect credit spreads to some degree because it's carrying some duration. We're going to have the 30-year mortgage rate, mortgage market index, mortgage refinance index, or MBA purchase index, all in the pre-market. Then we have ADP employment change also in the pre-market. That's expected to go down um, along with the expectation that the labor market is going to soften. Then we have S&P Global Manufacturing PMI at 945. Then we have ISM Manufacturing PMI. Both of those are expected to remain pretty flat, up a little. Obviously, contraction in either of those would be bad. So, sub 50 is contracting, above 50 is expanding. Jolt's job openings, that's going to be very important, as is ISM manufacturing employment and probably ISM manufacturing prices. So those will all, be influential not only in the market, but possibly on the Fed's decision later in the day, which comes at 2 o'clock. And the presser is going to be at 2:30. Then tomorrow night, we have a 10-year Japanese auction and a 3-month auction. And we'll see what the refunding announcement is. If Yellen's going to push more into longer duration, she's been selling short duration for most of this year. The majority of the offerings have been short duration. But if she's going to push higher up and start selling longer duration, that could substantially affect yields. So that news will be important too. I'm not sure what time it's scheduled for, but it'll be out at some point tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. Everybody have a great night. Happy Halloween. Enjoy your trick-or-treating and slutty costumes. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Later, guys.